Good evening. Welcome to the Parks Recreation Open Space Commission meeting tonight. I'd like to start with asking Trina to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I'm Canadian.
Pardon?
Seriously.
She's Canadian.
I don't
Oh, you're not
know how to
Canadian.
do that one.
How would you like to do it, Jared? Yeah. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could ask for a roll call.
All right, take two. Commissioner Bain, absent. Vice Chair Lennon. Here. Commissioner Mazaraka. Aye. Commissioner Tierney. Commissioner Tolbert.
Here?
Chair Donnelly.
Here.
And we have Jared
Present.
and John Meserve, non-voting members.
And think maybe we should say that St. John Bain, who was on the commission, has resigned his position owing to business complications in his travel and so forth. And so Brendan Turney is our alternate serving as the commissioner tonight, and will do so until the next new commissioner has been appointed. So thanks for joining us, Brendan.
I'm gonna be honest with that though. How come like in a public domain, like like I'm the alternative, so I should be in the commission. Like why would they appoint somebody else due to me usurping him in the commission?
Commissioner alternate Tierney, the commissioner that resigned was appointed by Mayor Jack Dang. As such, he will be able to make an additional appointment to fill that vacancy.
Why would they do that?
Brendan, I think it's best if we say this, and I'm happy to discuss this with you and maybe Mike Berger also. But it's true that the council members appoint the commissioners, and so since St. John was appointed by Jack Ding, he will appoint a new replacement.
Fair enough. I was wondering.
Next step is to do an approval of the agenda. And I have a request that we move the item 4.2, the tree committee, the discussion of the 7 applications that the tree committee has done and approved. So we're passing it on to you. And we agreed that we would take less than 15 minutes to do this since we're bumping our distinguished guest out of first in line, but it's also to save John from sitting through a long meeting to get to a very simple agenda item. So we had 7 applications for tree removals, and of all those, all were approved.
John, one second.
Oh, I need a motion for that?
We have to approve the agenda first.
Okay,
before we
I
can do that.
move that we move item 4.2 on the agenda to discussion at this point.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Roll call. Vice Chair Lennon? Oh, you. But, yes, you. Vice Chair Lennon?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazaraka?
Aye.
Commissioner Tierney?
That is,
It's you.
well, I know that's me. So what we asked for, like, basically what I'm trying to figure out is why is there somebody that's usurping my position?
We're doing a vote right now
Uh-huh.
on the, moving to continue this. So would you agree or disagree? Aye or nay?
What's the question again? Say it one more time.
John, would you like to?
The motion is to move item 4.2, the tree committee discussion, to
Oh.
agenda to discuss at this
All right,
point.
all right, yeah, we can.
Okay. Commissioner Tolbert
Yes.
and Chair Donnelly.
Yes.
And motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Also, I'm with that.
So of the 7 applications, Charles and I are on the committee with John Meserve, and we looked at these applications. All were requests for removal and replacement, and all were basically approved except for 1 or 2. In fact, several of them, trees had already been cut down, and one didn't involve the replacement. So one of the issues we need to address in an upcoming meeting is how to better reinforce the decisions of the tree committee once the applications have been approved or rejected. The one that merits some, so I'm going to move that we approve all the 7 applications here for tree removal. And if we have a second, we can proceed with some discussion on that.
Second?
Okay, we have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Lennon?
Yes.
Commissioner Mizuraka?
Aye.
Commissioner Tierney?
I'd say aye if we're gonna talk about it.
Commissioner Tolbert?
Yes.
Chair Donnelly?
Yes. So
And
the one
motion
that
carries
was,
unanimously.
I'm sorry, okay. The one that was interesting was at 693 Austin Street, there are 2 very large silver maple trees that are placed between the sidewalk and the curb in those narrow planting strips. And the owner of the house applying for that wants to replace the sidewalk and build a curb bulb out around it so that these very large trees can be preserved. So instead of asking to cut them down and put a 5-gallon tree there that will take years to grow, she's asking to do that. And the city looked at that and said, yes, you can do that, but once the tree dies, you'll have to replace the bulb out and restore the curb to its original position, which it is now. And I think the consensus among our tree committee, and John can speak to this better than I can, was that we should be rewarding good behavior and not punishing it with such a restriction to somebody who wants to do the good thing of preserving these trees and willing to pay for the bulb out construction, but why should she be faced with having to replace it, whether she sells or the tree dies? John, do you want to comment?
Well, I think you said that well. I think the homeowner is required to pay for the improvements to save the tree and then pay to undo the improvements when the trees die. They don't have a long lifespan left. So I was hoping we could eliminate the second part of that. A new tree could be installed where the old tree is
Yeah.
quite nicely without taking the new curbs and gutters out.
And clearly the curb is not going to impede the street traffic or anything. I don't know this block. Is it?
It would take parking space or probably 2 parking spaces. It's not, it doesn't appear to be a heavily parked street.
So ultimately, is city council going to vote on? Go ahead, Jessica.
I just want to be clear on what you said. Did you say that you thought the tree should be replaced and not the extension installed?
No, when the trees die, which we expect in the next 15 years, they're old trees, the homeowner's being required to undo.
Councilmember Meserve, could you please turn your microphone on?
I'm sorry. Yeah, that homeowner's being required to undo the improvement that they're suggesting to save the trees.
Can I ask, have they applied with some improvement plans? Because Public Works isn't aware that there's a set of plans with the proposed modifications to, or is
They
that forthcoming?
referred to plans, and Colleen wrote a letter that said there's an acronym for undoing a public improvement, DIA or something like
Oh,
that.
deferred improvement agreement? Okay.
Right, so that's what we were looking at. I didn't see the work that went before that. Bear Flag
Yeah.
Engineering, I think, had done a plan.
Okay, we'll follow up with them regarding that, and it wouldn't necessarily need to go to city council. If they have a civil set of improvements, they can do that through an encroachment.
So what kind of motion do we need at this point for?
I think you want a motion to approve the removal of the 7 trees and to evaluate the one that may be kept with civil improvement plans. Also ask for public comment.
Okay. So moved. That,
Well, you don't want to get public comment first.
okay,
Yeah, and so just council has discussed the item, and once council's discussed the item or has any questions for the presenter, then you can ask for public comment, and then close public comment. Kathy will tell you if there's any comments on Zoom, public comment on Zoom, and then we'll close that. And then if council has any follow-up questions based on public comment, they can ask that, and then we can have a motion.
okay. So are there any public comments on this item? Hearing none, are there any on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
So now we can proceed to the motion, is that correct? And the motion is that the commission approves the tree committee's recommendations on the 7 tree applications, with the exception of 693 Austin Street, which will be pending approval of a curb modification to the city.
Second.
Okay, we have a roll call vote. Vice Chair Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Mizuraka?
Aye.
Commissioner Tierney?
I got it. Yeah, yes.
Commissioner Tolbert?
Aye.
Chair Donnelly?
Yes, aye,
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
thank you.
And then
Can,
Chair Donnelly, is it your intention to go back
Yes.
and ask for original public comments?
Oh, original, I thought we just did.
Well,
Yeah.
opening, the original, item number 1 on the agenda is for any comments from the public.
Okay, yes.
Regarding specifically any things that are not on the agenda.
Okay,
Agendized items will be, the
Right.
public will be able to comment on those later during their
Right.
appropriate time,
Yeah.
but any other comments that aren't on tonight's agenda.
thank you. The training wheels are still on, but we're getting there.
and after
So-
that, Chair Donnelly, after that, we do need to approve the minutes from the previous 2 meetings.
Okay, after the comments of the public, yes, I see that next on the list. For the comments from the public, I'm to read this. At this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. It's recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less under state law unless otherwise permitted under the Ralph M. Brown Act. The merits of the matter presented under this item cannot be discussed or added upon by the commission at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up to the commission for consideration. Upon being acknowledged by the chair, please step to the podium and speak into the microphones. Begin by stating and spelling your name. Members of the public in the chambers will be called first, and then those who are attending by Zoom. Are there any comments from the public here in the chamber? Are there any on Zoom?
No hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. Now we have the approval of the minutes on the consent calendar. Minutes for the commission on March 8th, 2023, and the minutes for the April 18th meeting in 2023. Do I hear a motion to pass approve the minutes for these 2 meetings?
I move to approve the minutes for the 2 meetings.
Second.
Vice Chair Lennon?
Aye.
Commissioner Mizuraka?
Aye.
Commissioner Tierney? Commissioner Tolbert?
Aye.
Chair Donnelly?
Aye.
Thank you. The minutes are approved unanimously.
Okay, we're good to go. This is a very special time for us tonight to have Karen Collins and Steve Page, co-chairs of the Task Force for Recreation and Parks in the city of Sonoma. And we want first to thank you for all your service and also the committee that served with you. And we're really privileged to have you with us because we know that you didn't get all the work done that you hoped to do in the 4 phases of it. And we want to know what you intended to do, what your goals were, how far did you get, what do you feel good about, and what can we learn from you as to why you weren't able to finish your business, because now this is going to pass to the commission to see if we can further that project. So we welcome you and thank you for coming tonight.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting us. And before I start talking about the work of the task force, I'd like to just say 2 things that that I observed just in the last couple of weeks that I would really like to commend the staff for. Because the first thing are the upgrade in the bathrooms, and this would have been a recommendation, I'm sure, when we had gotten to the end of our project, but you've already beat us to that. And I can't tell you how many people have have emailed me or texted me and said, have you been in the women's bathroom at the Plaza? It looks a lot different. And I know that you're proceeding to do the ones up at the bocce courts, and I know there's some more coming, but I just want to say that this is noticed and appreciated. And I did tell Mike, I said, this is worth it some, a press. And he said, well, do you really think so? And I said, yeah, I really think that you need a ribbon cutting. And I think it would be well attended. The other one thing I wanted to make a comment on was that on Saturday morning I attended an orientation and a briefing on the defibrillator that's going in at Depot Park, and I know there's some coming in at the Plaza. And I just want to say that I know this is a shared project. It had been staff, and I know the fire department, and I think in a nonprofit. And this was also very well received. And I was at my bocce game last night, and I told our leader, I said, you need to have another presentation. There's 60 people there that are the age group that this could be very helpful in the future. So this is another thing I think that we probably would have recommended if we would have gotten that far. But again, you beat us to it. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd like to. Is there going to be something on the screen? Just the agenda. I don't know if you can see it. If you can't see it, I did send out documents beforehand, and I will refer to those. And I just thought I would start out by giving you a little background on how the task force came to be. What do you need? Okay. It's not there.
We have the document.
There, great. As some of you know, I have somewhat of a parks background, both national, state, and also county level. And just in the course of conversation when I'm out and about over the years, I get a lot of questions about parks and what's happening in Sonoma, just like, how do I sign my kid up? Where do I go for information? And so during these discussions, we came up with the idea of trying to put together a citizen task force to take a look at this. And I want to say 2 things at the outset of this presentation that were, I don't want to say they were issues, but some pushback when we started. And just to point out that forming this task force was never meant to be any kind of a criticism of what the city did. Because people were saying, well, it's because they don't do anything. That's not true. The city does a lot. It's just that a lot of people didn't know about it and the city didn't get credit. So I just want to make sure that this wasn't taken as something a negative. Also, excuse me, one of the things that was mentioned, they said, well, because there's no Department of Parks and Recreation. You just want to have a Department of Parks and Recreation, and that's going to cost a lot of money, and that's not true. It's not true that we had any kind of preconceived outcome. What we wanted to do was do the research, see where the research took us, and then present our recommendations to City Council, and then it would be up to City Council. So there were no preconceived outcomes when we started this project. In September of 2019, hold on. I'm going to go back one second. I guess it's sort of a spoiler alert, but we're hoping at the end of this presentation that the pros will take up where we left off. And in order to prepare you for that, we did forward some documents, and I just want to tell you what those documents are, because I think with these documents you have a complete file on how we started, who was involved, what the City Council recommended, what the work plan was, what the website, I know that's going to be demonstrated later, what the Potrero report was. So here's what I sent to you. We sent you the notes that we used when we went before City Council in September of 2019. So you can see the points we made to the City Council then, and that was approved on a 5-0 vote to move forward with the task force. I also sent you, and I'm going to go over this a little bit, talked to an awful lot of people before we went forward. And I sent you a list of the support we had, both in terms of individuals and in terms of organizations. And at some point tonight, I am going to introduce 3 people that are going to reiterate continuing support. Not everybody I asked could come tonight, but fortunately we do have somebody from Vintage House and we do have somebody from the hospital board who were involved at the beginning, and we'll be able to make some comments. When we went to task force. The third document is is what we sent out to people to participate, to ask people to participate in the task force. And that document also has the work plan in it. That is the work plan that we used when we went forward once the task force was assembled. The city put out a press release to the IT and to the Sun. I think it might have even been picked up by the Press Democrat, I'm not sure, but it was basically letting the public know what we're going to, what the city had planned to do. So we did go public with that. The city did go public with that. We will be talking about this in a few minutes. We were able to get money to have a consultant take a look at similar cities in terms of demographics and in terms of size, and in terms of how they handled their parks and recreation, and get some ideas from them. Finally, in August of last year, we found ourselves in a position where we couldn't go forward anymore with the task force, and so we did call it a resignation, or at least putting it off until staff could support it. And as you know, we went through several city managers, and it was just one of those things that kind of kept getting to the bottom of the stack, I think. And so it was best then to pause this and to bring it back at another time. And now that we have a commission that is focused on Parks and Rec, this seems like the perfect time to bring this up. So those are the documents that you have, and now you have a complete file. In terms of the support that we got for this, I had several meetings. We talked to all of the Tier 1 funded organizations that provide recreation. We talked to Sonoma Community Center, we talked to Vintage House, we talked to the Ecology Center, and to the Boys and Girls Club. We also talked to the hospital, we talked to the school district. We went over and Steve and I went over and we talked to Hannah because they wanted to get in on this. They've got courts and all that they say that they would open to the public. The organizations that either sent letters or came and testified in support of this were Sonoma Valley Hospital Board, Sonoma Ecology Center, Sonoma Valley Boys and Girls Club, Vintage House, I like this, Troop 10484, the Sonoma Brownies, La Luz, Sonoma Community Center, Sonoma Birding, Sonoma Overlook Trail, the former CSEC Commission, Catalyst Fund, Sonoma County Regional Parks, Jack London Park Partners. They all either sent letters or they appeared to testify that night. In December of 2020, like I said, the task force was approved in September of 2019. There were several things happening at the city, COVID getting started and whatnot, but we were not able to get a task force. We were not able to get city staff to put the task force together and to get us a work plan until December of 2020. So a little over a year later, we were able to get the task force going. Members were appointed then, and you have, like I said, you have the letter asking people to participate and the work plan that they were asked to adopt. The task force got going. We got $20,000 to basically help us collect information and get us onto a website, and we got some staff support at that time. Because of COVID, we were not able to meet in person. We did have several Zoom meetings, though, and proceeded with that. The order that we're going to address this tonight, is that we wanted to give you the background that why this task force was started. We wanted to give you the work mentioned to you. The task force consisted of 15 members. The executive directors or chairs of all of the Tier 1 groups were on it. We had somebody from the schools. We had somebody from the hospital. We had somebody from the Valley. We had a representative from regional parks. We had a youth representative from the high school, and others. But it was very broad, and we had 15 members that we started with. The work plan was, first, to find out what we had in Sonoma and canvass the area and see, we know we have Little League, we have bocce, we have things at the high school, we had all kinds of kids' sports, we have things that are, we have petanque, but we wanted to find out what we had, how we got access to them, and find out, get it on a website so people could look at it, take that website and analyze it, vet it with the public, see if there was anything on there that see if there were things on there that was missing, things that were no longer used. Was it easy to get information off the website, and then how that information on the website could be put into different formats, whether it was on the websites of some of our partner organizations. As far as the process was concerned, Steve is going to talk about collecting, how we went about collecting the information, getting on the website, and then where we got stopped on that, and then I will continue with the Potrero report.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks to all of you for inviting us to come and give you our report and the progress. I retired from 30 years at Sonoma Raceway on January 1st, 2021. On January 2nd, I got a call from Karen Collins with a list of the organizations and task forces and boards that I should be expected to join. I fought most of them off, but this one I did not, and found myself co-chair and of I think, a very worthwhile cause. And I've, over the time I've been here, been very involved both as a parent and work with raising funds for lots of different organizations, and realized so the core issue we have is a city that is in the middle of a larger population center, and there are lots of resources and lots of people in the population that don't, there's no central depository of, if I want to go take Tai Chi class, how do I find out where I can take a Tai Chi class in the Sonoma Valley? If I want to sign my kid up for a camp or for Little League, how do I find out what's available in this town? And so, as Karen mentioned, the initial goal of the task force was to put together an inventory of what's available, what's out there for seniors, for kids, for anybody, whether it's hiking, whether it's organized sports programs, and come up with as exhaustive a directory as we could, and then organize it in a fashion that it could be accessible to the public through a web-based platform. So, as Karen mentioned, we started meeting in early 2021. We had a series of Zoom meetings, and in our meetings with the staff and with the task force, essentially what we did is divide up responsibilities. The staff was tasked with putting together, taking the material that we had existing and going out and talking with the organizations locally and building that initial inventory of what was out there and what's available. And then secondly, the staff was charged with taking the money that the city had allocated, $20,000, and spending, hopefully not all of it, but as much of it as it took to purchase a software web platform which could be used as the basis for this directory. And then the task force members had two responsibilities. The first was to do outreach to other communities in the area that find out how they handled this Parks and Rec function, how do they distribute information, how did they make it available to members of the public, and then ultimately to prepare for that point when we had this web directory and to go out and take it to the public and meet with organizations, meet with different population groups, and get their feedback on whether it worked, whether it was a good tool, whether it listed the kinds of things they wanted, and with a particular eye towards reaching out to underserved communities that might not be as sophisticated in researching things on the internet, finding out whether this was a resource that was available and accessible to all. So we moved forward and kind of divided up responsibilities among the task force members to do this outreach and learnings from other communities, and quickly realized that a group of volunteers, all different backgrounds and different kinds of schedules in terms of their available time, were not really equipped to do that work at a level where we were going to collect data that was meaningful, that was consistent, and that was going to give us what we needed to do to really learn from the people elsewhere who do it well so that we could adopt best practices. So that was when the idea of bringing in an outside vendor came up, and we reached out to the Catalyst Fund, and the Catalyst Fund very generously put up $40,000 to cover the cost of doing that research. After going through a process, we selected the Portrera Group. They did, you will see, if I won't go through the findings of the report, Karen's going to talk a little bit about it later. Essentially, they identified a number of communities around the country that were sort of similar in terms of having multiple jurisdictions and find out how they did their work, what worked, what didn't, and what kinds of things could we learn that could be adopted in Sonoma. So the Portrera Group was hired. They did that research, and you have the results there. The city staff acquired a software program and used up essentially all of the $20,000 that was appropriated by the city council. As it turned out, the goal of this web platform was that if using the previous example, I wanted to take a Tai Chi class, I would go in, I could plug in Tai Chi, and a list of organizations in the Sonoma Valley that offered Tai Chi would pop up. I could then click the link, go to that organization, and then on their website, get the information on the program and sign up. As it turned out, the web platform that the city staff purchased was one where the registration had to be done on that platform, which was never the intent. And so if you wanted to do the Tai Chi class, when we realized that this was not a piece of software that was designed to do what we wanted to do, there were two members of the task force far more able than Luddites like Karen and myself to take this software, work with it, and try to modify it to make it serve our purpose. They reached out actually to the people at the company that provided the software, and they said, I don't know why you bought this. This is not intended to do what you're trying to do. We asked the staff to see if they could get a refund. We asked them several times to see if they could get a refund. Whether they ever did, we never got an answer. The white knight in this whole circumstance is actually dressed in black behind me, and that would be Sarah Tracy, who stepped forward and took the existing city website and through I don't know how many hours of effort found a way to make that platform work. It was never designed to do this. But if you go to the website, you will see that Sarah was able to take the information that was available, create a very workable directory, and essentially that is what we ended up with as the product that you can access and have available to you. So that the Potrero report was complete, the website was established, the directory was there. The next phase of the process was for us to go out and do outreach in the community, go to specific population groups, to different organizations, vet this resource with them, find out whether it worked for them, find out if there were ways that we could better provide access to groups that might not, as I mentioned, have varying levels of sophistication when it came to accessing web resources. And so we went to staff and said, here's the next step. Can you start facilitating this process for us? And we're essentially told the directory exists, the work is complete, we don't have time to do anything further. And it was at that point when we realized that we were not going to get support from city staff to complete what we needed to do, and ultimately Karen and I submitted our resignations. And so we did accomplish quite a bit, and again, thanks to Sarah's tremendous work, that web directory does exist. It is, and it was done with a web platform that was not really designed to do this. But the next step of going out and working with the public here in the Valley and trying to figure out what its strengths are, what its weaknesses are, how it can be improved, and more importantly, how its existence can be the information that it even exists, because I'm not sure how many people are aware that it exists, that a marketing and outreach program can be developed so that people in the community are aware that this thing exists and can find ways to use it. I think that's all I have just in terms of the progress report. I'm going to turn things back over to Karen, and she can give you more input on where we stand, what the Potrero report provides, and then ultimately what we would suggest that you take as the next steps.
You know, one thing that I had meant to mention earlier was just, you know, there's really a lot happening around here that, I mean, very positive. For example, Maxwell Park is being overhauled. You've probably seen the work that's going on at Maxwell. Larson Park the general plan has been done for Larson, and I'm very hopeful that some things are going to get started there. Not sure when, they're looking for money, but that's going to happen too, and that's a plus. The high school, you know, there's the new fields that in 2019 when I went to city council, they didn't exist. Those are ready and can be used. I look at my notes here, it says Sonoma Splash getting closer. Well, the pool, you know, that's in. So since we got started, a lot has been happening that's very positive. The Overlook Trail, we have our chair sitting up there. The Overlook Trail, since we put it together 20 years ago, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary. We put that trail together. It was the old city dump, and it was part of the cemetery that was rocky, and they could not have any more in-ground burials. And so anyway, that became the site of the trail. And I might just mention that we did that original trail for $38,000. The second, or the first redo and update was done, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, and the Overlook Trail had to raise $200,000 to do the update. And then the second one was just about a year ago, I think, and that was $90,000. So this $38,000 trail that we built originally has been upgraded to the tune of about $300,000, all raised by volunteer money, volunteer donations. Potrero report. The Potrero Consulting Group, in my opinion, is one of the best organizations in its field. They specifically concentrate on parks, recreation, open space, environmental organizations. They not only do reports like the one we got, but for example, they do search. So they have great insights into a lot of the organizations where they've placed people in their executive search operation. 2 examples right here in Sonoma. We just hired, I've been on the board at Jack London. We just hired a development director that we found through a search that Potrero did. And they're now doing a search, and I can't remember what the position is, but for the land trust. So anyway, we wanted the Potrero group. We formed a task force. Steve mentioned we had several smaller subcommittees, and we formed a task force that would work with the Potrero group. The group that worked on the task force to vet the Potrero group and then to work with them on the study was myself, Steve, Joanna Kemper, who at that time was the chair of the Overlook Trail, Maite Aturi, who held many hats, Simon Blattner, who was co-chair of the Catalyst Fund, John Parker, who was a former consultant with Bain Consultants, and then Fernanda Alvarez, who was our youth representative from the high school. Before I get into some of the details on it, I did invite Deb Hay to come and just give a statement, because this was very generous on behalf of the Catalyst Fund, and of course they would like to see this report used, and I thought maybe he could just give you a few words about the Catalyst Fund so you know what they do, why they were interested in us, and how and why they approved our request for the $40,000.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Deb Hay, and I co-chair the Catalyst Fund. Have any of you heard of the Catalyst Fund? A couple, okay. The Catalyst Fund started during the beginning of the pandemic, where there were no vaccinations, there was no nothing. And it was a group of volunteers who got together who asked the question, what is our beloved Sonoma going to look like coming out of this pandemic? And we didn't know the answer, of course. But we concluded we can either do something and come out better than if we did nothing, or we can just sit on hope. We chose, obviously, the first path. And we went out and started fundraising in the community. Philanthropy, wonderful philanthropy group here in Sonoma. In a very short period of time, we raised $1.6 million. All of that was to be put against the work of the pandemic and the effects of the pandemic on Sonoma. We partnered with Rotary. We gave Rotary $100,000. They matched it, so we ended up with $200,000 to help small businesses keep their doors open or pay for the extra expenses during the pandemic. So that's how we got started. Catalyst's mission is to mobilize philanthropic support and innovative approaches to address urgent, emergent, and chronic challenges that no Sonoma Valley donor can do alone or an organization can do alone. So we're the extra. We're the extra pudding that fills in the gaps where things are not fit. And that's what Catalyst does. We became a permanent fund of the Community Foundation Sonoma County last year when the Sonoma Valley Fund closed. They voted to close themselves because of the ability to raise funds and move with speed that we were able to do. We have now replaced them as a permanent, and we're a fund of the Community Foundation. Our next big project you'll hear about Catalyst is food insecurity. We did another study, pretty expensive one, with Kathy Capriola, and they have created a report that's worth invaluable amount of money. And they pulled all the food providers in Sonoma Valley together to say, where do you do it? How do you do it? And the magic happened as we hope when you pull them together. They weren't talking to each other. And they said, oh, I didn't know you did that. I didn't know you did that. And so our idea is not to do it, but to get them to do it together in a way that's much more efficient. But I'm not here to talk about Catalyst. I'm here to talk about the Potrero report, which we decided to fund. Why did we decide to fund this? We were seeing a major impact in Sonoma Valley on the mental health of young kids and teens. Saw it firsthand. We've even added a mental health person at the Boys and Girls Club Teen Services Group. And the reason is kids were getting affected because they weren't socializing. They were not in school together. They were looking at a screen all day. It was not healthy. So when Steve and Karen came to Catalyst and said, can you fund a report? We said, yeah, we love data. Data is what drives us into making decisions. And we decided to fund the $40,000 for that reason. I hope you will continue the work that the task force started and complete it, and I hope you'll accept the Potrero report. It's very fine work, as Karen has indicated, and Catalyst was more than happy to support it, and we thank Karen and Steve. I didn't know he was so much into Tai Chi.
Okay, well, I told you a little bit about Potrero. What we really wanted, because of their reputation, we really wanted them to do it, but we also, I go back a long time with them. I've worked with their founder for several years on other environmental issues. And their CEO came and appeared before this subcommittee that I just mentioned. We met in Simon Blattner's backyard, and he presented what the report was going to be, how they were going to go about it, and our subcommittee got to ask questions. And I would like to say that after the meeting, Simon, who's not exactly a pushover, he came to me and he said, get those guys. So we were able, thanks to, again, to Catalyst for the grant, we were able to hire them. And the task force, the subcommittee was able to work with them while this report was going along. There were several checkpoints that we wanted to be involved in. We had questions, various questions. So we did meet with them several times on Zoom as they were preparing the report. Again, the cities were chosen. We started out thinking that we would choose cities just from Sonoma County. And the consultants in the committee said, why are we limiting ourselves to Sonoma County? There are cities throughout the country that are really more similar to what Sonoma is than just, saying arbitrarily that you're going to choose cities in Sonoma County. So Catalyst Fund used what they call a CCD, a Census County Division, because Sonoma is, like as Steve mentioned, part of a larger area, the Sonoma Valley. And so they chose 8 cities, and I'm going to tell you what they were, that were, again, similar to Sonoma in population and the demographics. Also, income, language, Hispanic, and kind of the economic situations of these cities being the fact that, or economic income, I want to call it, that these were cities and in areas that were, for the most part, surrounded by an agricultural community like we have our vineyards. The cities that were chosen were Yountville, Healdsburg, Half Moon Bay, Ojai, Ashland, Oregon, Hood River, Oregon, Walla Walla, Washington, and Beacon, New York. The way the Potrero went about it, they went on the websites to find out everything they could about them, and then so to establish just a basic database, and then they had personal interviews with them, and went back and went back several times, asked questions, clarified the information, and then put it into the format of the report. You have the report, so I'm not going to go over what each of these cities do and what they found out, but what I would like to do is just talk a little bit about the lessons learned, and that's really kind of where we are. We got 2 documents out of this that I think will really be helpful. One was basically the lessons that were learned and their recommendations. I'm not going to talk about the recommendations because that's premature. we need to wait, at least our recommendation is that you wait to act on those recommendations until the rest of the report's done, because some of these things, their recommendations might not be applicable. There's time that's gone by now since they made those recommendations. We're going to have more, or hopefully have more information. So I'm going to just stick to the lessons, basically lessons learned. And it is on the screen, but and it's probably, I don't know if, I guess you can see it. You also, that came to you when you got the Potrero report. So that will be something that's easy to go back and take a look at. Programs and services. Second, I have to, in terms of programs and services, these were, I'm just going to run through kind of just the headlines in each one of these classifications. Identifying park and recreation users and potential users and working to understand their needs helps to match the programs and offerings accordingly. Once the needs and desires of residents are identified, programs and services can be tailored to meet these needs, ensuring high participation, acceptance, and demand. And that's essentially part of our first approach, collecting the information and then finding out what was needed. The next part, collecting information and data on programs and services, is essential to meet users' needs. Monitoring and evaluation are important to ensure program success and can also aid in communicating about the programs. And that's what Steve was talking about. We want to find out if the website was usable, how other ways it could be used, and get the word out in terms of what is offered here. Third point, many locations use volunteers to support their recreation programs and services. Volunteers provide additional capacity. And that is certainly true in Sonoma. So that is something that basically we already do through the organizations that we support into their volunteer base. Equity. Many departments, and when they say departments, they're talking about these other 8 cities. Many departments do not have systems to evaluate equity in their programs and offerings. However, many are recognize the need, and they are looking at adapting programs like that. Community engagement. Key to providing services that can effectively meet local needs, and that is really kind of going back on the point, one of the points I made earlier. Leaders stress the importance of hiring staff who represent the diversity in your city. We're not to that point. We don't know if recommending that anybody be hired, but this is one of the things that they found in the successful programs, that the staff represented and understood the broader community that they served. Communication. Parks and recreation departments can and often do act as an important point of contact for the broader community to connect. And in some way, I just want to bring out, in the case of Sonoma, parks are really, for the visitor, that plaza is the face of Sonoma. When people come to Sonoma, this is what they see. They see the plaza, and it's our face to the public. So it's probably what if you talk to some people that visit Sonoma, they'll say, yeah, they're here to drink wine, but they'll also say that they stopped at the plaza. They started there. These departments in these cities can reach constituents and current and potential users through mediums they already use and the places they already are. And they're talking about public events, social media, email, printed materials, and other ways to communicate. And that was one of the things that we wanted to get, we wanted to be able to do once we vetted the website and we knew that information was, it was available, it was solid, and we could get it out in various forms. Partnerships. Partnerships are helpful for robust programming and help departments maintain relationships within a community. I think Sonoma excels at that. Certainly people out there don't know what all the partnerships are. They don't know how they operate. But I think this is something that we're very good at. And this is something that they found was an asset in other communities that use partnerships. cultivate partnerships that have a give and take and offer mutual benefits. In other words, you know, a win-win. That's what the kind of partnerships we want. It's important to partner with organizations that share an alignment on values and service standards. And I think we certainly do that through the partners that we have at our Tier 1 groups. They emphasize that school districts are important. I mean, look at Sonoma. We've got the pool down there. We've got the fields down there. We've got fields at some of the other schools here. So working with the schools is very key. We met with the superintendent, then 3 superintendents ago, I guess, when we went through this. And we did have, I believe he was assistant superintendent. We had somebody on our commission that, our task force rather, that did represent the schools. We also had a student that represent the schools. Evaluation and useful evaluation draws on quantitative and qualitative information grounded on an anecdotal understanding of how parks and recreation offerings are used. The cities that they felt were the most successful were those that had some kind of a continuing evaluation of the how their services were used and who was using them, how they were accepted. Many cities do not have metrics for monitoring or evaluating equity and inclusion because it's difficult to collect them, but there is strong interest on those that didn't of learning more and how to go about it. Organization and management. Managers stress the importance of hiring the right people for the job. And that is simply if somebody is hired or somebody is assigned from existing staff to work on this, once these recommendations are in and vetted, it would be important that that person is the right person. Funding and planning. All cities have a park and recreation master plan. That was true in all the 8 cities. We do not have one. Or they were, or I should say they had one or they were in the process somewhere of developing one. They talked about reliable and consistent funding, but the funding for these 8 park districts was really all over the board. The only one thing that I would like to say, and I'll mention this when we talk about recommendations, but we do have an addition, for 10 years, we have an additional $120,000 to $150,000 coming in from Measure M that can be very helpful, and that money has to be used for parks and recreation. That has to be used. It cannot replace money. I mean, in other words, the city could not say, well, we're spending this much on such and such, and we're just going to replace that money with Measure M money. That cannot be done. And there is an oversight commission, I'll talk about that, that we have to go to on a quarterly basis and say how we're spending that money. And then the last lessons learned was just simply that a master plan can be helpful, and that could be one of the recommendations. We're not at that point yet, so we don't have that. Before we talk about going forward, Steve and I we're going to talk about our recommendations. And what I'd like to do, I mentioned to you that we have broad support, and I asked today, I waited too long, but I wanted some of the organizations that had supported us to indicate, just like Catalyst Fund did, that they are still there with their support. They still hope that this can happen. So I'd like to ask Judy, when we went forward the first time, Josh Reimer was the chair of the hospital board, and he came and he testified at the city council meeting that this is something that the hospital board would like to see, because they like to see people getting out in the fresh air and getting recreation and exercise. So I did ask Judy. Dr. Bjorndal is the chair of the hospital board, and I asked her to come on her own. She's not had the time to run this by the hospital board, but she would like to be counted here.
And here I am. Thanks, Karen. My name is Judy Bjorndal, and I happen to be chair of the hospital board, but I'm not here in that official capacity. I'm here as a retired pediatrician and longtime resident of Sonoma. I didn't think I had the time to come tonight. Karen As Steve indicated, it's a little tough to say no to Karen, so I was able to put a little statement together that she was going to read, and then it turned out it could come after all, so I'll be kind of reading it to you. I'm going to keep my remarks short because you've heard a lot already, but I just want you to hear how important I feel this is. I think the relationship between recreation and health, physical, mental health, is well documented and extremely important. Every city has a responsibility of providing access to recreational facilities for its citizens. When I first moved to Sonoma to start my pediatric practice in 1979, what I discovered was that the recreation department, there was no recreation department of the city, but those activities and things were outsourced to just a few organizations, one of which was the Boys and Girls Club, which I ultimately became involved in and actually was the chair of that board too, but that was many years ago. Since that time, there certainly were some parks, and we have a lot more parks now, and the infrastructure, as Karen was indicating, has been improving over the years. But getting access to it in a coordinated way seems to be the problem. And as we've had more and more nonprofits developed in our community, that model of just outsourcing to them has persisted. And I think that really results in a lot of duplication of effort, in addition to the fact of not being able to access things very easily. That's what I'm seeing as a problem. You know, we have a really wonderfully collaborative spirit here in Sonoma. You've heard about this already tonight. And there's so many organizations that work together on common interests, for example, homelessness or food insecurity that Dub was talking about, well-being of children, those sorts of things that people do collaborate on. And at the hospital, at Sonoma Valley, we have many partners. You can look on our website and see the ones that so many of them that there are. But at any rate, Vintage House is one of them, La Luz, the Rotary Club, the City of Sonoma, the school district, the fire department, all sorts of partners that we work with to work towards our mission of providing good health to the entire valley. And that's the mission of the hospital. And these partners help us do that, and we reach out to these partners to do that. So I think that with this collaborative spirit, excuse me, we can fly. He landed right on my nasty thing. I don't want to repeat what you've already heard about all these things that are available, but I just want to emphasize that there are a lot of recreational resources that are potentially available to everybody. And I'm encouraging you to support the development of a system that will improve communication and collaboration so that these resources will truly be available to all of us. Thank you.
I had hoped that Richard Dale from the Ecology Center would be able to come, but he's up in Sacramento. I'm not sure what they're doing up there, but he definitely is supporting this and would like to see this go forward. I also had hoped that Carrie Snowden from the Boys and Girls Club would be, and both Richard and Carrie were members of the task force, and they were members of the task force in their capacities of executive directors of their organization. And Carrie was particularly helpful because Catalyst Fund does not give to government entities. And so we were able to make an arrangement to have the $40,000 to have the Sonoma Valley Boys and Girls Club act as our fiscal agent. So she became involved, helping us pay our bills, taking care of our financial arrangements with Potrero. And like I said, I'd hoped that she would be able to come tonight, but she could not. But I can tell you that the Boys and Girls Club would also like to see this go forward. One person that I did snag that is with us tonight and would like to make a statement is Stacy Morales. I don't know, some of you met her earlier. She's the fairly new executive director of Vintage House. So Stacy.
Thank you, Karen and commissioners. I'm very happy to be here to represent the seniors of Sonoma Valley. Vintage House, I've been there about 6 months, but I have a lot of experience with senior centers and the value of them within the cities. And we have about 1,600 members. We provide over 58 regularly scheduled classes and programs every single week. But the seniors don't just participate at Vintage House, they participate in all of these other programs. And having that partnership and making sure that the information when you're signing up for a Tai Chi class, yoga, language classes, that you do have the ability to find out what's going on in the valley and where this information and all these classes are available. So I do believe it is really important. Bob Queller, one of our board members, was on the task force, and I'm here to tell you that we're here to support this. I will be available to make sure that Vintage House and the seniors in Sonoma Valley have access to information, and I'm here to do anything I can to help move this forward. Thank you.
So this brings us, down here. This brings us to our recommendations to you. You have the documents now, you know where we made progress, you know where we didn't make progress, you know where we left off, and we do have some recommendations that we would like you to consider, and then just open it up to questions. So,
And I guess I am the future Tai Chi master. I have to start signing up. I think first and most fundamentally, having had to abandon this project midstream, we are very pleased that this commission exists, and that and very hopeful that you will take this project and carry it forward. And I think you are perfectly positioned to do so. And I want to reiterate something that I've said and that several other people have said. Access and equity are a really critical piece of this. There is such a broad menu of recreational facilities and services and opportunities available in this valley, many of them at no cost or low cost. And a lot of people who are sophisticated enough to find them for themselves, for their families, for their kids. But there's a whole lot of people in this valley who could really benefit from all of those resources that probably don't have the slightest idea that they even exist. And so the real key step that we were never really able to fully launch is, first of all, making sure that we have this tool and this resource that lists and provides access and information about what's available, then finds a way to get it into the community and to make people aware and to educate people on how to access it. And so I think, as you've heard from all of us, that's a key step that we really hope that you can make happen. You've got this wonderful resource with the Potrero Group report, and I think that reading that report and comparing what they recommend with what exists here and what might exist here is a really key piece of the work of carrying forward the task force. And ultimately, whatever you determine, whatever is, we hope you will take recommendations to the city council that can be acted on and really carry this work forward. Did I miss anything?
Measure M. I'll do that. 3 years ago, Measure M was passed overwhelmingly, and Measure M, basically what that does is it allocates based on to the nine. Well, I should start. It's about $11 million a year. 2/3 of that money goes to regional parks. 2/3 goes to the 50-some regional parks in Sonoma. 1/3 of it is divided population-wise between the 9 incorporated cities. Sonoma's share runs between $120,000 to $140,000 a year. So that is new money. There is an oversight commission that takes a look, and this was part of the legislation. The oversight committee, we have to report every quarter how that money is used to make sure that it is used to the letter of the law, so to speak. The 5 supervisors were asked to each of the 5 supervisors got to appoint someone to the oversight committee. I was appointed by Susan Gorin to the oversight committee, not exactly as a representative of Sonoma, but we knew each other as I'm her appointment to county parks also. So I was chosen to be on that committee. Most of the I think all of the meetings actually were on Zoom. But before I went to the meetings, I would call, check with city staff. Well, I should say, first of all, in our task force meeting, we passed a resolution that we would like to be in on the research, the decisions that were made in terms of how to spend Measure M money. That was voted on unanimously by the task force, and I took it to the Community Services and Environment Commission because technically we were a task force reporting to a commission. We were a task force reporting to them, so that was our reporting relationship. And we said that we would like to be a part of that whenever they discussed Measure M. Nothing came of it. We were never. Basically, nothing came of that. Before the quarterly meetings, I did try and check with city staff to get information so that I knew what our city was reporting, because I didn't want to sit there and not know when there were any questions, but I was unable to get information. So when Steve and I decided to put this on hold, I told it was Sue Casey at the time, she was the city manager, and I said I would like to step off this commission, and you need to find somebody else that you can that can get information and can go to these meetings and represent Sonoma. And so I resigned, and I don't believe they did not nominate anybody else from Sonoma, so I was replaced by somebody from Santa Rosa. So we still need to go to report to that commission, and maybe at some point, if there's a vacancy, we can see if we can get somebody from Sonoma on there. But anyway, I wanted to bring that up because I think it's really important that not only that we report, but we also get ideas from these other cities in terms of what they're doing with their money. And I would have to tell you that every other city had a public input process. We did not. We do not. A couple of the just miscellaneous kind of things that we thought about that we would probably be recommending. These were just ideas we were toying with, and these are ideas that you could kick around and see if they were of any interest. But we'd like to see the city get more appreciation for what the city does. And one of the ideas that we had come up with was some kind of a little logo that every organization that participates throughout the valley in Parks and Recreation, that they put that on there. And so people know that that's part of the city's, the Sonoma Valley Park and Recreation program. One of the other things we thought about was having maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, but I think once a year is probably enough. And that is to have some kind of a recreation rendezvous, for lack of a better term, where all the different providers can come to say the high school fields or to the Field of Dreams, set up their booth tent, and we can have anybody that's interested in a recreation program or a class come there and sign up. And I think we'd have kids biking there, we'd have parents bringing kids, but it would be another way just, to show the face of Sonoma Parks and Recreation. Those are our recommendations, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Karen, the attachment you gave, it says executive summary recommendations. Is that the task force recommendations, or is this coming out of Potrero?
No, that's Potrero. And the reason I mentioned earlier that we didn't want to go to those is because they seem preliminary. They're not bad recommendations, but we weren't at the point yet where we could make recommendations and get them to city council. So those recommendations are just sitting there with the report, and we have not done anything with those. But we wanted you to have all of the information that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you both and everyone who spoke. That was a really, really good overview of everything that's happened to date. I did notice in the Potrero report that of all the cities that were comparable cities to Sonoma, we are the only one without a dedicated Parks and Recreation full-time staff person. In fact, the lowest of any of those cities referenced was 3 full-time staff versus 0 here in Sonoma. That's something that I personally would love to see change, but that's not the call of this commission, obviously. And so the question then becomes, you know, how much can we put as a city and as this commission, how much capacity is there to sort of execute upon some of these plans that would bring our recreation program to be able to reach, like many of you spoke about. And Sarah, I understand you're very involved with the directory. I feel like that's the first and most simplest step or easily executable step to sort of get all the depository of information into one place where people can find it. And it's my understanding that that is the case now, that exists already. Is that up to date in terms of all the partners such as Vintage House and the community center keeping their information? Are all those links up to date and so forth, or is that kind of fallen by the wayside with the resignation? Thank you for
Sarah Tracy. I'm a senior management analyst and public information officer with the city, and also am the webmaster. Mike knew there was going to be questions about this, so thank you for asking the question. When we created the directory, we also had the opportunity to create a contact list, although it's changing rather quickly, of folks to reach out to and all the entities to update the information. So I do periodically send out, it's not a shared list, so I send out secret emails encouraging them to submit any changes to review their information. And they haven't done much yet, but also the public can do that on the website. They can submit a form, and anybody who knows of anything that is missing or something that's new, I also encourage people to fill that out and submit their information. So it's done periodically, and it's kind of crowdsourced, if you will, and we can do that more regularly, of course, but not a lot has changed, although sometimes courses, that's the one thing I haven't quite gotten a chance to connect. If there's, I don't know, different kinds of Tai Chi classes I don't know about, that we need to have subcategories, that sort of thing, that I haven't done any real active outreach to find out if they have additional programming or have removed programming in terms of categories. But actual technical information and links, I haven't personally gone through in a while and checked them all, although we did do that at one point. But there's always an option to submit any corrections or updates to those things.
Because it's a pretty dynamic setting, right? Where you have I think you mentioned that there are 58 different programs, is that right? Just with Vintage House. And so, exactly. And so on a monthly, quarterly basis, the times are changing, the locations might be changing, what have you. And so it becomes really hard to track all that information in one centralized place when you don't control, you as in the city doesn't control.
Correct. And
right?
I think that's one of the things, and the change that was made, and I kind of came in late. So actually it's great for me to hear, because I came in at a point that was, a lot of this had already been kind of sorted. So they had gotten to the point where they really clearly wanted a directory, which is a little bit different than a kind of a programming catalog. So it's more like a directory in that it lists types of classes, categories of things to do. We have it sorted by maybe even age group, and you can sort within that, but it's not specifically linked to that specific class.
The Tai Chi class, yeah.
Right, but the category Tai Chi is there, and within arts, there's many other different kinds of art categories, or there's, if you offer scholarships, those types of things that are easily linkable and added, but it's not specifically tied to, it might not be, the Vintage House may not have birding this quarter, but they have it generally, or we'll have it next time, and so we consider that, yes, they have birding, even if it's not right this very second. They do offer that in the future, in the past.
Actually, a couple of thoughts on that as well. As you're all aware, given the fact that the majority of the population of the valley lives outside the city jurisdiction, the decision was made many years ago that rather than have a city Parks and Rec department that would just represent the city has traditionally appropriated money to different organizations that provide services throughout the valley. And that may be the best model going forward. I'm not saying that it isn't. The goal with this directory was always that it be a minimal workload on the city staff, because Sarah doesn't know what the changes are at Vintage House. And so it was always the case that if there's a category of recreation that you are interested in, that you would launch from the website and you would go to the provider. And so there will certainly be updates necessary in terms of contact and if there's a program that wasn't offered before than is now. I think that our recommendation based on what we've seen is that the core launch point is whatever the web resource is that the city maintains, but that you really rely on the organizations themselves to catalog and to identify as the provider.
Other questions? I have a quick one for Sarah. For the directory, I've been looking at it recently and I'm just curious, on the city directory, it says we welcome feedback.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, have you gotten much feedback? Because this is an issue.
I have not gotten feedback. Actually, I did get one, and they thanked me for it, so that was great. Usually, when we ask for feedback, we don't get that. So actually, we haven't gotten a lot of feedback, but we also, to be fair, and to Steve and Karen's points, we have not done a real concerted effort to make sure. I mean, we've certainly put it in the city channels, and we've done the communications we can from within the city, and have encouraged our partners to do so. But we haven't really done a full court press to get it out there and to really elicit more feedback. But I haven't gotten any complaints, and I feel like that's usually a good sign.
Good. That just points that we need to find a way to really get it out there and advertise and find out who is using it and who isn't, and how can we reach out.
Yeah, to their points. Yeah.
And what aren't we doing that they want? Like, people keep asking me about pickleball. I just read an article that said, will pickleball save the world? And so people are asking me, what are we doing in pickleball in Sonoma? I have no clue, but I'm just saying that there are things that we probably aren't doing that people are going to be asking about.
I just have one comment, Sarah. Miss Sarah, I'm looking at the beautiful directory now. Just, you don't even have to, it's not a thing to answer, but it'd be nice to have a search function on the main directory page. I see there is one in the categories, but like pickleball, like if I wanted to look up pickleball, it'd be great to just have a search
Yes,
field.
so there is, that is the one caveat to this is, Steve kind of mentioned, is we built it within a platform that does not have a directory function. So there is kind of a search function. It's not ideal. Not gonna lie. And I wish it were better too. Although if you do search it just in our main page, pickleball, if you just did it in the regular question, that you will likely get items that way, but it's not as easily accessible in directory. So yes, it's not the ideal format for that.
I'm a little confused. So, what do you mean, like, when you search in?
Yeah, so on the city's
Like
main,
pickleball?
yeah, so on the main page of the website, there's also a search function. And on the first thing, you'll see it has a little, that little spyglass thing that you have. And if you search in there, without even being on the directory, if you searched in pickleball, it should, theoretically, I haven't tried it in a while, it should theoretically search the whole site and bring up anything that says pickleball. But the directory itself, you do have to kind of self-select. There is a search function, but it didn't work the way I had hoped it would initially. It's just the platform as it is.
It's a little more confusing instead of just it automatically, you can just type in pickleball and,
Right, yeah.
it's easy to.
Yeah, a few more clicks than I would like, for sure.
That should be an easy problem to fix, if you think about it.
I know,
We can
I
just put it
get
on
those
the commission,
programmers
right?
right on it.
Everybody plays pickleball.
There you go.
Just type in pickleball, easy on the search.
There you go.
These seem like pretty easy problems to me. Let's play pickleball, everybody.
Pickleball and Tai Chi
There you go.
Are there any more comments? Yes.
Risk of being redundant and repeating myself. The platform that Sarah has built this on was not designed to do what it does. And so we have nothing but gratitude and respect for what she has been able to make happen with the tools that she had to work with. In an ideal world, this function would live on a platform that was designed to do this. And so at some point down the road, maybe a piece of software will be acquired and put into place that can actually do a lot of the things with sort of less circumnavigating a system that is not intended. I mean, there's all sorts of things that people go to a city website for. This is not one of the ones that it was originally intended for. So I really want to defend everything that Sarah has done, but also make sure you understand we're dealing with an imperfect platform.
Yeah, it's clear that, Sarah, you're playing, lacrosse on a softball field, like it's not workable in that way. Has anyone and this is a question for either the city or the task force, has anyone done a cost analysis on what it would take to put something that you could be really proud of in front of the community to, then really go to market, so to speak, and sort of push it out to the community? Like, are we talking about, it just doesn't seem that, to Brendan's point, it doesn't seem that difficult to have a directory in my mind in today's technology,
It would require, unfortunately, the $20,000 that the city allocated for this went up in smoke.
And those people are no longer in management, presumably, or not around to answer for it.
I will just not even comment on that.
Okay.
But the platform that was purchased was not meant to do what, it was less functional than what Sarah has to work with. That money was spent. I don't know if they ever asked for a refund. We asked them several times to do so. And so the city owns a piece of software that it has no use for that costs $20,000. In order to take it the next step with a platform that is designed to do this, someone would have to spend the money to acquire the appropriate software.
I'll just comment that I love it. I like it. It's easy on I'm actually a website designer.
Yep.
And I think it's easy on the eyes. It's got, and I just searched for pickle and it came right up.
Well, all I would just say is that this filled a vacuum. Parks and Rec wasn't even on the face of the city website until we kind of pushed it out there, and Sarah dealt with we got it on the face of the city website, and now there's the website that you can go to find information. So this is, in spite of some imperfections, this is so much better. We had nothing, and now we have something, and we have something to work with and take it to the next step. So.
Yeah, my comment is to thank you very much, the task force, who you obviously put tremendous amount of work into what you've been doing. And it's a lot for us to digest. And it's also incumbent upon us to take this responsibility very seriously going forward. And hopefully we can continue to rely on the work you've done that you've invested so far. So thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Like I said, the platform that Sarah has now and the Potrero report, that tells you what other cities our size, demographics, et cetera, are doing in terms of ideas. And once the information we have is vetted with the public, I think you have a lot to work with. And I think there's a lot here. And I hope you go forward. And I also hope that the city of Sonoma, your task force, gets credit for it, because there's a lot out there and a lot that people just don't know about.
I'd like to echo Charlie's thanks and appreciation for what you've done and reported to us tonight. I think we're coming up where we're going to need a break here pretty soon, but I want to ask you, and I don't know if you're staying after the break, but I'd like to ask you in terms of your task force conclusion. I'm looking at the invite letter that was sent December 2020, inviting people to be on the task force.
Right.
And it outlines, this from the city manager at the time, it outlines the 4 phases, and the 4th phase, which we're now at the threshold of becoming responsible for, it says in the invitation that the task force will play an advisory role in the creation of a master plan for the city and the park recreation programs. Most of the work completed under this phase will be done by outside consultant overseen by city staff. The task force, now the commission, would provide additional community and input voices in the work being performed in this phase. So my sense from reading at this is going forward into developing outreach and doing metrics on this and trying to develop a master plan that we need. We're talking about getting a consultant with some funding And to me, we can discuss this later, but to me, this means we need at least a half-time city staff person dedicated to this Parks and Recreation Master Plan project that can advise with the commission here. Because that's one thing that stands out is our city has no central Parks and Recreation, or we have the Division of Parks, Cemeteries, and Facilities with what, Antonio Navarro is but in terms of developing new programs and assessing them, I guess my question then is that your understanding that we would now be looking at trying to get funds for a consultant, either using Measure M money or matching grant money?
You could certainly, possibility of various donations, whether it was through, like, I don't know if there's still Prop 68 money available, but Measure M money can be used for something like this. This would be an appropriate use for Measure M money. And I can say this, after you read the Potrero Group and if the report, and if you see what's in there, if in a way they're a logical consultant to go forward with a next step because they're familiar with us now. They know the city, they know what we need. They're going to know more what we need when we give whoever the consultant is the information that then we collect, that we get back, from vetting the website. But that's something that you could consider. The $20,000 that we had was all the money that we were allocated. And our task force was sunset as of December of last year, so we're no more. So we're broken over the hill or something, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Wouldn't it like if we're at the park? Like I'm just saying, like, can we put like a little concrete thing in there, just so we could play ball? Because it seems like we're in a bit of a pickle. That's a joke for you. But like just like a little concrete slab or something, You just play at the park.
Are you
Think
talking about
Pickleball.
pickleball court at
Yeah.
the plaza?
How much would that amount of concrete cost? Like $1,000?
No idea. We've got a public
At any rate, like I said, you have the documents that I think you have a complete file now in terms of how we started, what our plan was, who was involved, where we stopped. I think at some point Sarah's going to demonstrate, you've probably been on the website, but at some point that she's going to demonstrate it. And certainly, I'll speak for Steve, that we would be happy to come back and answer questions you can call us if there's some things that aren't very clear or that we missed, in our report tonight. Okay.
Or maybe we bring back the task force in partnership with the commission, because it feels like a lot for this group to bring on, but we can talk about that offline.
Yeah, okay. So
Would this be a good point to have a break, 10-minute break? I want to find out if Public Works staff has some comments on what we've heard so far tonight, and then open it up to the commission and any comment from the public or on Zoom.
Yeah, Chair Donnelly, I would recommend the commission definitely think about any questions that they have for any of the members that are here currently, because after break, we're not sure how many people will still be here. And then just the next item would be any sort of discussion among the commission regarding what we've heard on the presentation. Yeah, but definitely take advantage of the fact that everybody's still here.
So should we open it up to comment at this point?
And I don't believe that we're required to have comment on public hearing. However, you could. But realistically, the important thing I would do is make sure that if the commission has any more questions, ask them now, and then the next item that we can roll into would be open discussion among the commission about paths moving forward, talk to staff about paths moving forward, et cetera.
Okay.
I have one question. I just found it interesting, like at the park, like where I'm at. I think it's called Carter Park. It's just right down near the high school. It says no dogs allowed. I thought that was kind of silly because people walk their dogs up and down. But it doesn't say no dogs off leash. So I was wondering, like, shouldn't dogs be allowed to walk through the park?
There are certain rules regarding dogs in different parks, for all parks in the city.
Oh,
Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, it seems to me one of the big challenges is always going to be funding. So how do we go about funding this well-intentioned work going forward? I mean, where do we draw the money from?
Yeah, one of the suggestions that came up was potentially having, as Commissioner Donnelly, or Chair Donnelly pointed out, that the half of a full-time employee to get all this done. And that is, you know, we are having budget discussions this month. One of the things I was going to talk about in the report from staff, the public as well as the entire commission is invited to come to those and attend and give open discussion. So in terms of coming up with a half a person to do that, that's something that can be suggested at the budget meetings. And as some of the presenters tonight pointed out, there's Measure M money. The Measure M money is, it's, you know, it's all pretty much spoken for. That doesn't mean it couldn't be reappropriated in future years. And all the Measure M money will be discussed in the budget, exactly where all that money's going. Yeah, so.
So, well, when we discuss it, maybe someone from PROS needs to be represented at the planning commission, or excuse me, at the city council meeting when the budget discussions happen, I would assume, to sort of rally for support of the halftime person for this
When's the timeline on that? The actual budget meeting for the,
Right now, it's scheduled for the 30th of this month. And it is a little bit of a moving target. I think we're settled on that date. But if it changes, we could get back to the commission.
It's just really interesting to me that a town, I think it was Yountville, has a lesser population size of Sonoma, but 3 dedicated Parks and Recs full-time employees. And they similarly, when I was reading the report, they similarly outsource all of their programming. So they don't own it themselves, but they use their partnerships as we do, and collect information from those partners to push it out to the community. And so, I mean, I'd be happy to just call over there and figure out how we could do it, but just in terms of the capacity that it takes for those city staff members to actually execute something like that, I don't have a concept of that. So I feel like that would be important to understand. If we're really truly going to move forward with good intentions and find money for this, it's like, you know, how do we put one foot in front of the other to make it happen?
I just wanted to add to what you said about Yountville. I do Mike Thompson's bike ride, and we start at the Yountville Rec Center. They have their own recreation center, and I did meet their director of parks. Well, first I met his assistant, and then I met him. So it's amazing to me what they have over in Yountville. I think it's 3,000 people or something like that, but it's one of their focuses of the community. I mean, it's exceptional, actually.
Yeah. And to Steve's point earlier, you know, that's just the town of Sonoma, but we have, you know, the whole
Right.
valley that we could really incorporate into this program
Yeah.
successfully.
No, there's a lot going on in Sonoma. It's just, like I said, there's no focus, there's no there. It's just not pulled together. I think people would be very pleasantly surprised to know all of what's here and then to have access to it and to be able to participate. I think you'd be real heroes.
And I think, if I may interject for a second, I think it's just about caring, you know. Like, kindness goes a long way. A lot of people don't, you know, think like that. I think if we all just come together, you know, everybody puts like a little bit of money in, and we're all trying to help for the greater good of the city that I grew up in, that a lot of my friends grew up in, I think that we'd be able to do it if we all came together. You know, I think if the entire community came in and, you know, tried to make Sonoma County, my home, a little bit better, I think we could get it done. I think we just need to come together. To me, it's simplistic. I know there's money involved, and it's a little more complex than, But I think that would be a good way to get it done. I think we all just come together, that get the job done.
My sense from these comments is that what was said earlier by our Sonoma Valley Hospital person here in the Vintage House, we have our model in this city, unlike the others with no parks department, is to outsource and do this hybrid model, like say the hybrid model in Jack London. But the problem in that is that we don't have a central focus on this. So and this commission, which meets quarterly, maybe more often than quarterly, isn't that focus. And so I think we really have to wrestle with how do we find the money. Again, I think Measure M money can be used as matching grant money to get other grants, but I think we need a staff person and we need a consultant to maybe the Potrero Group to help us move forward with this outreach and develop a master plan. But what's really strikes me is that we need to wrestle with how do we bring a little more core into this wonderful spoke of outsourced nonprofits.
Well, you've got a lot to work with now, both in terms of, the written documentation and the really widespread interest in the community to go forward. So.
Anything else? Because I think we could take a break.
Anything else?
No?
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Karen and Steve, and to our Vintage House and Hospital people coming tonight and sitting through this, and Sarah, of course, thank you. We look forward to working with the directory some more.
Thank you all for inviting us. Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Chair Donnelly, are we going to take a 5-minute break?
Yes. Yes. Let's do.
What's that?
you want to offer any comments or suggestions regarding what we've heard from Karen and Steve and the report? Or should we say,
And do we have a quorum here? We're back in session?
yes, we are.
Great. So, hearing the commission tonight, it seems to me like there's an interest in moving this forward. A couple of good suggestions I heard were potentially putting together another ad hoc committee or something a little more formal, but ad hoc could suffice to coming up with some specific criteria of what the ad hoc accomplishments could be. You know, I heard equity, I heard outreach and metrics. A good approach on this would be to say, given the existing program, and this is me thinking about what I heard tonight and how I heard the commission react. What about what we have tonight, and how do we work with that to take it to the next level? That might be something in terms of a next step.
Can I make a comment?
Of course.
With my experience with y'all, working with the Overlook Trail and other endeavors, it has seemed to me, maybe even subconsciously, that you guys are our Parks and Rec department. Public Works basically operates to a great degree with everything else you have to do as Parks and Rec department in the absence of an official one. So I think that is a factor in what would need to be created. I mean, it almost sounds like that, I mean, it's such a moving object, because since you guys already do a lot of it, does that person do different things? Does that person come on to Public Works and take over? Is that person doing all new tasks? I just think that's a factor, unless I'm mistaken, but that's just been my experience, is that when it comes to Parks and Rec, you go to Public Works.
Yeah, and that's definitely a factor. However, from an administration standpoint, I don't feel that this position necessarily would have to live in Public Works. Currently, we have a person at the city that is working on all the different relationships with our community partners that we have. There's a lot of overlap there because she's constantly reaching out and coordinating with these folks, working on the social makeup of it and the contracting. As we talked about tonight, Sarah's very involved. Public information officer / management analyst. And could this position live in that arena? Quite possible. So I'm not, the rec component of this could live in Public Works, but at the same time, this could be a management analyst type person that would undertake this effort of the things that we could possibly have done.
I'm not advocating it necessarily. I'm just saying that when the whole entity gets formed, it has to take into account, you know, one person or half a person trying to handle the whole thing. You know, somebody has to balance out what you guys are doing. What should you continue to do it? You know, what everybody's doing. It sounds like a lot for a half a person to me. And so I think it'd have to be massaged to the point where the definition is such that who are they and who are they not?
Yeah, and once again, you know, with outreach, you have to be careful with outreach because then you get this huge influx of users and you didn't anticipate that. So, but here again, putting together and formulating a plan of what we think an ad hoc committee could look into in terms of taking next steps could be something that this commission could take on and discuss.
What about waiting for the end of the Potrero report or the final batch of information?
Is that currently being conducted, or?
Well, remember she said don't don't look yet or don't really take into account their recommendations because not all of the information has been brought in?
My impression is that the Potero group is finished. They weren't interested in coming tonight. That we have what we have, and my sense is of this is that we've heard this discussion. We've got some ideas. We know what they're suggesting. How we would carry forward phase 4 with a consultant as recommended in the initial invitation letter, and that we need somebody dedicated. That was one. The executive summary was the second one. Is that they recommended additional staff that's specifically tied to this. But I think where we want to go tonight is just say that this is the agenda we're going to set for our quarterly meeting in June, in less than a month. June 13th is our next quarterly meeting. And I would suggest that we all think about this and come with definite ideas of how we think it can move this forward in the spirit of what was intended all the way through phase 4, including a master plan. And what we need to do in terms of funding that and getting staff support is a critical part of that. I recognize that for sure. But the Climate Action Commission has a half-time staff person, Travis Wagner, committed to helping move the city forward with its climate emergency resolution measures. And I think we need something, at least that. And I think that will be good discussion at our quarterly meeting if everybody else agrees that that's the main focus of our upcoming meeting.
Yeah, it's a little bit like operating with one hand tied behind your back in that we don't know the budget and we don't know if we have the funds to be able to have a dedicated person, whether it's inside Public Works or outside. My thinking is that between now and June, I can do all the thinking and digesting of the information, but my sense is still that a master plan is probably the way to go. And so just formulating, do we want to adopt what Steve and Karen and the task force have already put forward as their sort of general, blue sky idea on what the output is for this whole project and phase 4? Or do we want to define what that looks like for our commission and maybe set up an ad hoc to, talk about those ideas, and put forward the plan in June and sort of say, we need to, because if the budget meeting is happening with city council, sorry, Ron, I'm pointing at you like you're the only one. But if that's happening May 30th, right, and our meeting is until June, and we don't know if we have the funds to, to even access a person full-time or half-time to do it, then, we've sort of spun our wheels for no reason. So I'm a little bit chicken or egg right now on this topic.
On spinning your wheels for no reason, I take exception. Just the dialogue that you've done tonight is moving this thing forward or contemplating moving this thing forward. And just because you don't get that full-time staff person or half-staff person doesn't mean that you can't take the existing program that we have, which, as Sarah indicated tonight, it hasn't been pushed out, and come up with a partnership with the school district. What we just want to be a little careful of is we don't take too big a step forward and either overwhelm the system. And so doing that type of homework, making sure that we have the infrastructure in place to deal with a little bit of marketing, and then go ahead and market it. Because to me, that's part of what the next step is. And they talked about that tonight, was the outreach and then metrics associated with doing the outreach. So push it out, see how many people are actually using it after we push it out, 200% increase, 300% increase, and then try to gather metrics to make it a better program. Something that could be considered and not necessarily take a whole lot of extra funding or money.
And Commissioner Mizraka and I were just talking about this, but is this the ultimate end? I know it's the end product of what the task force did. Is this something that pros, once maybe we all need a chance to kind of play with the directory and make sure it's something that we feel proud to push out to the community for feedback? Like, are we ready to go? We feel really strongly about its user interface and all the coding associated with it. And so I would say I'm not quite there yet on the push out, but maybe we do it at the next.
Yeah, before we consider pushing it out, I'd like to have Sarah come back with what she has, and we've actually taken that directory at Public Works and are interfacing it into a GIS that is a little bit more user-friendly.
Okay.
But we'd like to see how that would work with the website too, so we're not quite there yet, but we had the same thought.
Okay.
I will just comment on a technical level. When I looked at the coding, it is a WordPress site, which essentially means it's like anything is possible. So if and I'm not working on that site, but I think someone in the know could fix whatever and make adjustments to whatever you wanted.
So I like what you're suggesting about, let's test the directory and work it out and see if we can get more publicity. But from my point of view on the commission, we're supposed to be advising on how Measure M money is going to be allocated going forward, and at least have some say in that. And that ties into, do we need a master plan to really begin to give good advice on that? There's a needs assessment that Public Works has, and it seems to me that we need to know what the needs assessment of Public Works is, and then see if we have a consultant to see how we can develop a more broader master plan that integrates that needs assessment. And then we look at, we have 7 years left of the Measure M money, so we need to have some guiding to advise the council on where we should put our priorities with that. So I see we need to do both, in other words. We need to go ahead and push that directory out and test it and get it out there and find out how it's working, but we can't, I don't think we should drop the ball on what the task force did and what they were leading to, and what the letter inviting people to join that said. We're in phase 4, let's get a consultant and push this forward to a master plan.
And Chair Donnelly, you have our projected, what we plan to spend Measure M money on. We presented it at the last meeting. It's in your meeting minutes, so like if you want to look at what we're proposing to do with the next fiscal year, we absolutely want your input before the budget meeting. Yeah. You have it. We gave it to you last meeting. I
For this
presented it.
coming budget?
Yeah, last year's and this year's.
Okay.
Effectively, John, it's pretty much allocated already in the proposal of what
Right.
we've reviewed, at least for this upcoming year. So we'd be looking at 2024 to 25 before there'd be presumably another 150K to work with. So,
But that isn't adopted, so it's up for discussion and review still what we're going to do with next year. I haven't brought it to the oversight committee. That'll happen in June, and I haven't brought it to city council. So if there's anything that you want to change in what we're proposing, that we proposed last month, now's the time to re-review it and look at it.
and are we meeting before that June meeting, or?
We're not, but you can
Right.
definitely let me know, or you can come to the budget meeting, either or.
Okay. Thank you.
Oriana, if you could resend that, I'd like to see that.
Yeah,
Stand-
I can stand up right
standalone.
now if you
Yeah.
would like. Did that work? Oh, there you go. Thanks, Kathy. All right, this is. I can just read it to you. I was also checking to make sure that I didn't add anything since last month, because it's been a budget season. So we're projecting that we'll get about $157,000 in Measure M in fiscal year 23-24, and our asks, or our proposal was to complete the work that we're planning to do at Olson Park, which we're kicking off this week. And we have some money from last year to do that revitalization, which is the picnic area, the drinking fountain, the basketball court, and then some security features on the playground. And we don't have it totally defined, but when we do, it'll come here once the landscape architect kind of puts it together. And then to launch the playground project at Sonoma Oaks, the design and partially construction, about $72,000 start that project. And then we have this kind of standing project to do Montini Preserve fire fuel reduction, which is currently held by SEC, but as you guys have shown an interest in the last month, maybe doing that contract a little bit differently, but we have a need to kind of, have a fire protection there. So that's the current slate of projects that we are proposing to spend our Measure M money on for next year.
So my observation is, as far as budgeting, we've got to look longer term than like getting it done by May 30th. That's not realistic. We've got to plan for, as you said, 24, 25, and look on the horizon.
What are the other funding sources?
For parks, it would just be general fund. We have Park and Lou, but that has to build parks and it has to be in the neighborhood near where the development is. So we have a proposal to do a park on West MacArthur and 5th Street West that would be using the Park and Lou fees from Mockingbird development that happened a few years ago. So that's an example of that. And then we do have Prop 68 grant funding, but we specifically allocated it in the application for the plaza. So that will be paying for these receptacles that we'll be chatting about in a minute. So those are the 3 park funds and then general fund.
And historically speaking, the general fund is approved by city council, and historically speaking, it's how much of that has gone to parks. Maybe that's a dumb question, but I don't.
In my minimum historical knowledge, it's a couple $100,000 of general fund to parks.
Got it. Okay. And is that in the budget proposal for this upcoming budget meeting in June?
It is. So in this upcoming year, I have $15,000 for Olson Measure M, can't fund design. So it has to be implementation. So the design portion of both Olson and the Sonoma Oaks, we have to fund with general fund. So I have $15,000 for the design portion to complete it on Olson and $20,000 for Sonoma Oaks. And those are the only other parks. I have a building project in there, but.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion, questions, suggestions? Okay. Hearing no further public comment or anything on Zoom, we can move on to the next agenda item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be Plaza 4.1, Plaza Park waste receptacles,
You guys can't see the
staff
screen.
report.
Oh, no. Can you get it up on their things? 'Cause
Is that working for you guys?
you can, Jessica.
Yeah, our 3 monitors haven't worked all night, so, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you see that as well as that?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
There it is.
So this is the continuation of the chat that we had last month where we looked at, I think, 4 different options. And when we left, the commission had advised me to get some additional information on this Glasgow receptacle, including like how much of the top has to be colored to meet compliance standards. So I did that, and I got a quote. It's about $117,000 for all of the Glasgow containers in the park. In gathering more information, I determined it's much bigger than I had initially thought of when we were looking at it last time. So I think we were looking at this picture of it looking at a plaza where it kind of feels a little bit more to scale. But it's actually about 5 feet tall. Let's see if I can find the right one here fast. And it's 3 by 3 by 5, so it's, the size of that podium.
I'm sorry, did you say it's $117,000 for the top to be a different color?
No, that's for all the receptacles that we would be purchasing for the park. That's 87 receptacles, 27 locations, 1 waste stream, 1 receptacle, and 1 compost.
Is that 5 feet tall?
No.
No.
Yeah, it is. Let me see if I can find that.
I am.
Stand up, yeah.
Stand up, please.
Yeah. I have the-
Well, that could be, what about?
A little bit longer, taller.
What about, accessibility?
Yeah, so there's also that issue. It doesn't seem from the scaled model that they gave us that the place where you put your hand in is at the appropriate accessibility spot. And also, if you're doing 3 of them, it's going to be like a really big wall of plastic. So once I got that, I decided to look back into the Big Belly model, which was sort of the other version that had the rollout model. And that will hold a 50-gallon container, so it seems like it'll meet our waste stream needs. It's, 42 inches by 22 by 2.
That's this one?
That's that one, yeah. And
I just want to comment on something and confess something. First of all, I went and just looked at the existing receptacle holders at the plaza, and they're going to get grubby no matter what. So we could pick out this, the Glasgow or whatever it's called, Britishy looking thing, and eventually it's going to look grubbo. So that's just a fact of life. But when I looked at this agenda packet, and I looked at the way that the am I saying that wrong? Glasgow? Glaston?
Glasgow.
I'm saying Glasgow. So
Glaston. The way that they inform what recyclables is a little tiny sign. And the Big Belly is what it's all about. I mean, that's going to get people's attention more when they're already had their wine. And so I completely switched, and I think the Big Belly, personally, is where it's at.
The staff recommendation is to approve the Big Bellies. We concur. They rollout will function well with our current waste stream collections. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, except that.
Yeah.
See, look at this picture.
Oh, yeah. And these are,
Look at that signage. I mean, that's so much better.
I agree. I like those.
Structurally, they seem to be stronger. They're less like just big plastic in the plaza, which doesn't seem to fit with the character we were going with. So,
What about that picture? What about that picture on the side? Is that something that just comes with it?
No,
can
you
you
can
put your own
completely
picture there?
customize any of these. The Big Bellies actually,
Oh.
they really like to wrap them. So per Chair Donnelly's original suggestion, if we wanted to put historical wrapping on them, that's something that they seem to do in a lot of their locations, is to have like the zoo theme or whatever. But that wouldn't come with it as a
Or we could
default.
put quarterly events on it.
Yeah.
Or things that are happening in the plaza. The Visitor Bureau we could sell advertising for it in like a tasteful way.
Yeah.
So these are a bit more expensive. They're about $159,000 for all 81 receptacles, which is more than the ones I brought in December, which were 125 and caught a little bit of publicity, but is really still comparable. The original,
Need 81?
yeah, we do need the 81. We have a grant for 186, so it's still completely grant funded. We're going to have to spend some of that money to create some kind of pad to stabilize them, and we have to meet a match of 46,000. So the whole project is 231. So there's well within our budget to do. So that's our recommendation, but I'm open to questions.
Well, I like the Big Belly. I've sent you some notes earlier, but it has a 5-year warranty compared to the 1 year on the plastic big ones. And also, I think the signage is much more consistent with the sort at Sonoma. The other was confusing. They even had green on the trash receptacle. So I think that's my recommendation too. Do we have a motion?
Prior to taking a motion, that's it for questions for staff from the presentation?
Questions for staff on the presentation?
On the presentation, you're
Yes.
done with that. And then if we want to just check with public comment, see if there's any public comment at all from our 2 participants here. And then also if Kathy's got anything on Zoom.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Dave Mahoney. I was actually here for bocce and the eucalyptus trees, but I've worked 37 years for Recology in San Francisco. So just seeing this, it's timely. Can I see a picture of the Big Belly that you're describing? Is that what you're talking about? I take care of the bocce courts, and I'm there Mother's Day. And when people have their huge parties, they put them all in a big plastic bag. Where are those big plastic bags of garbage going to fit in those containers? You got the mouth, it looks like black, blue, green. Is that the feeding part where the garbage is supposed to go in?
It has an actual slot that opens up, so you.
Down
you hit-
below, so that's what you're talking about? That has like a receptacle?
Just in general, when you're doing public comment, you're addressing the commission.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, this is news to me. I think it's timely I'm here, though.
Basically, it's like a vending machine, like that little slot. Yeah, that's where the trash goes.
Okay, if I get professional advice on it, the bags are gonna end up on the ground. Instead, and mixed, and again, the coloring, if it is, it can be confusing, as by the depot park, tops, they're not red. So everything goes in everything eventually. And so, a lot of money spent on things that, have you checked with, just a question, have you checked with the Sonoma Disposal, the Caratos, John and Joanne? I'm very close with them. So if they should have, because it's their guy that'll be picking up the garbage from these, correct?
I don't know who the contract is with, but
Okay, to empty them, say.
So are you saying that you recommend that the openings in which to put refuse are larger? Because in my experience, isn't there a reason that they're not giant? Isn't there a reason that they don't make where you put the trash in really big? I mean, I know in some places it's because bears can get in or whatever, but I think there's a reason for the size of the opening.
It's to not dispose of things that could be possibly harmful. So they don't want it big enough where you can
Yeah, and if I'm on the clock now, I want to keep my, things pertinent to what we're talking about. Again, I grew up in San Francisco, took care of the garbage there. It's the filthiest place going now. And you want to keep things clean. Once those receptacles get filled, are they going to be maintained more, a couple of times a day on big holidays? Otherwise, the stuff will it'll just build up as it does now until the Monday service. Because
In our agenda, it talks about the fact that they have, quote, fullness sensing and smart station. So, I mean, the potential for,
that'll last a day.
Yeah,
I'm not.
They have a model that has that. Those ones are compactors. That's way out of our budget to do on this level.
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm seeing this because it takes, find out if they work and if they're applicable. Because it could be a pile of garbage around it unless they're serviced, emptied frequently. Because that drawer, once it's full, what do you think is going to happen? It'll stay open and piled up. And that's just the way it is.
But Dave, do you think the other model, which is bigger, the 5 foot, I mean, they're still gonna be dealing
I'll
with
be
big
honest-
bags?
I'll be honest with you,
Yeah.
they're both foreign to me. We've never had, what we're used to are the ones that we have currently. And when they get filled up, it just gets piled on and around. I didn't see the other model, or the 5 feet's like this. What will that help? You know what I mean? Is it a belly full, or does it go inside slots? They have to be pretty big if you're gonna have say a black bag full of garbage, and chances are it's all meshed in recyclables and whatnot in with the garbage.
yeah.
And that's just the way that things happen.
Dave, I think you raise a really good point. I would suggest that we probably split the issue. There's sort of a few things that we're trying to solve for with the garbage can selection. It's specific to the plaza, right? Because we're trying to keep the historical aesthetic of the plaza.
Yeah.
We're trying to make things look quiet, not too loud, and big colors everywhere. And we're also functionally trying to solve for both what you're describing and also the trash people being able to get it out easily without breaking their backs. And so the two issues are choosing the receptacle that meets all that criteria, and then also addressing the management contracts we have with the disposal in terms of the frequency at which it's happening. And I tend to agree with you. I was there at 7 a.m. on a Sunday with my kids because they're up at the crack of dawn, and there's piles of garbage from the night before on top of the existing garbage cans we have. And so we have a capacity problem for how often the park is used. And so thinking about those two things, we've got to pick the right can that functionally and aesthetically and, you know, fits the plaza and what we need, but then visit, you know, the capacity issue of what you're describing as piling. I don't know if there's any design that's really going to solve for the huge party bags that, you know, from all the kids' birthday parties and whatnot.
My suggestion would be get them emptied
More
you know,
frequently.
more
Yeah.
frequently, and especially when you know the party that, you know, the weekends and holidays are coming up, be ready to come in there
Yeah.
twice, 3 times a day.
And remember, in the plaza specifically, the cans, or excuse me, the bins that exist right behind City Hall, right? Like, you know, where the buses
In the enclosures. and
in the
stuff.
enclosures, those are remaining in addition to the 81 cans that we're replacing around the plaza. So for larger garbage, we would hope that residents would, like the pizza boxes is a great example. I don't think pizza boxes from Mary's are going anywhere. But the idea of these cans, in my view, is we're trying to discourage people from putting very large items of trash into those by having an opening that's a little bit smaller and maybe pushing people towards the dumpsters where they can dispose of
I'll
that.
be honest with you, if it doesn't fit, it goes on top and they walk away.
Yeah, I'm just not sure we can solve for that
Yeah.
around the plaza,
Yeah, and
right?
no, I'm just glad that I was here to give some input.
Yeah, thank you.
Before you go
Thank you very
forward.
I'm seeing a flashing red light here. Does that mean we're about to
Yeah.
launch, or
I
what is
think
that?
I think I'm getting the hook.
Oh, that's all right. We had a
Thank
good
you, Dave.
discussion. Thank you.
And I just have one question. As I said, I like the big belly. I'm looking at the technical specs. It doesn't look rounded enough to prevent piling of stuff, which doesn't mean I still don't like it. I'm commenting on that.
It's
Sure.
not. So that was the original intent of the original we designed that had this slanted lid, was to prevent that piling effect. So none of these models have that. So, but we are looking into the capacity issues and with the upcoming contracts.
Like I get everything. Like I get the entire thing with the trash, but like at the end of the day, we're just trying to help because not everybody's gonna listen. You know, people are still gonna throw trash on the ground. You know, they're still gonna leave stuff where they shouldn't leave it. So I think as long as we can do what we can, you know, like if this helps at all, you know, so that'd be good. Because we can only try and help people. Some people might not listen, but I think it's good. You know. 'Cause I
Mike,
don't-
you
I think that-
mentioned in a prior meeting the ability to move them locationally for specific events. Is that limited by this option based on their size and heaviness? I mean, we solve for the not so tacky plastic looking, but they might be really tough to move around. I was just curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and the commission needs to remember, as part of 1383, SB 1383, this is a brand new mentality to putting things in a dumpster. The plastic tablecloth concept, it just doesn't work. These are not copacetic. And if you're going to pick up everything from the party in the plastic tablecloth at the end of the day, that's in violation of state law. And we have to monitor that, have people that are attending events like tonight at the farmer's market that are policing that, and definitely make it down to the farmer's market because we're doing a little bit more this year. We've got a gal from Berkeley on contract that's helping to educate people, and I heard that the waste streams last Tuesday were drastically affected by her presence. And part of that is the landfill, the garbage that's going to the landfill, not compost and not recycle, dramatically decreased, which is what you would expect because people are typically throwing more than garbage into the garbage can that's going to landfill that should be going to compost or recycle.
Right.
And so the concept of taking the plastic tablecloth with everything, all the contents on top, that's going to have to be a way of the past for 1383 to become effective. And we're starting to look at events in a different light. Staff is. And what I mean by that is we're trying to get a little bit more effective in targeting our problems with Sonoma garbage collectors, and they will be the single company that takes our refuse away, both residential, commercial, and all the use at the plaza. We're starting to get a little bit more tactical. As part of their new contract, we're going to get required by 1383, they have to have a person that works at the facility that enforces these rules. And so it's a big learning curve for us, it's a big learning curve for SGC, and it's going to be a big learning curve for the general public and the users of the receptacles. What we're looking into, to address your question, is, you know, are we targeting areas that we have to always put an extra blue bin out? And because after every party, all the recycle is left on the ground because the can's full. We'll have the ability to continue to do that, and we'll be able to get more focused and collect more data, get the right can at the right spot at the right time, and have people out there also monitoring the event. Yeah, so we are
So you
making.
don't mind moving these things around based on
Well,
how heavy?
and I'm not saying we move these around. Maybe we just throw a 95-gallon blue recycle bin out there.
In addition to?
Correct.
I see.
Yeah, and you know, we want to be flexible. We are planning on pouring concrete pads under these, and because the manufacturer recommends that from a stability standpoint. However, you could set a blue 95-gallon tote right next to it during Vintage Festival, if that's what's required. And we have the corral, like we were talking about, behind City Hall, where we can store a lot of these for these overflow events.
Are we gonna get shut down though, based on concrete pads? I'm a little, I feel like there's a lot of,
Shut down by whom?
meaning like, city council is gonna say, because there's a lot, public opinion would suggest that there's a lot of, people who contest the idea of taking green space away from the plaza and adding not decomposed granite, but actual concrete in places where there are grass currently. And so I raise that not because I have a problem with it, just because that may be an issue with these specific bins and how heavy they are, and the manufacturer's suggestion that we have to pour concrete. Because previously with the grass, what is the name of that other one?
The Glasden
The
had needed a concrete pad too. They both
It needed a concrete pad?
Yeah,
Well,
they
like-
both anchor in.
Okay, well.
Well, and the bins,
What-
the bins are gonna exist one way or the other, and they already, some bins already exist now.
True.
So, I mean, there's gonna have to be a space for them. I don't know, I just.
Yeah, it's more just a comment. I've heard
Yeah.
that people have been up in arms about bike racks and, you know, pouring concrete pad where there would be grass to add bike racks, and there being, you know, a lot of contention around that topic. And so I'm just raising it as a
What if we just
red
like,
flag.
what if it was just like a metal box, like a giant metal box, and you put it on wheels? Like,
Because we have to have composting, recycling. and
but that's what I'm
garbage.
saying, you could just put it on one thing and then, you know, a truck or somebody could take it, like, I don't know, some of this stuff, this seems just very simple to me. To put it in a
And
box.
just to comment on your question a second ago, or statement, I understand that there's contention about pouring concrete in the plaza. However, when you go out and you look at the 3 bins that are currently there, the grass underneath them is nothing to write home about.
I agree.
And so what we're gonna propose is putting concrete in. We're gonna see how it's accepted, and then as a compromise, we want to put DG where the bike racks are gonna go. So preserve as much as possible, but at the same time, these things need to be founded on something firm. And if you don't do that, then you start seeing deterioration in the hinges, the way the door opens, etc. Yeah.
People nudging, people nudging things around.
Yeah, and also, what we want to do is we want to be real tactical about how we do this. We don't want to overplace them. We don't want to overpour concrete. So we want to get them in the right spot. And then even if we have to put some temporary locations out there where we're doing trial runs for additional garbage cans, we're prepared to do that.
Just get some pictures before and after, so if you have the ones now with the bad grass under them, you'll have that when the complaints come in.
Yep.
Well, Any other comments?
So what would the motion be?
Are you coming up?
Do we, Oriana, you said there's a deadline on closing the contract on these, so.
Well, the grant funding is, I have to spend by next spring, so that's been my rush, is to get a recommendation that we can take to council, so that we can get these procured, probably a couple month lead time, so we'd be looking at the fall at the soonest to put them in. So that's my, and it's been a process to get here. So we would be looking for a recommendation, to approve staff's recommendation of the Big Bellies to take to council for the plaza.
I will make that motion. If nobody-
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I move to approve staff's recommendation for the Big Belly option for the receptacles.
I'll second it.
Vice Chair Lennon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mazzaraka,
Aye.
Commissioner Tierney,
Aye.
Commissioner Tolbert,
Aye.
Chair Donnelly.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Let's see what's left here.
That'll go in the plaza.
We're up to pros, members' reports and comments? I think we are. Who would like to start?
Sorry, what was the question?
With any comments that you have, or
Oh, in general?
in general? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll start. Being part of the ad hoc tree committee was a very eye-opening experience. And it was just a few hours spent with John and John, and very educational. And now when I'm walking through town, driving through town, I'm looking at sidewalks, I'm looking at trees, and I'm thinking, we need to make some significant changes to what the design regulations are now to encourage more large tree growth. For instance, most sidewalks, there's the street, the curb, and then like a 3-foot section, then a sidewalk. And that 3-foot section isn't adequate to promote the growth of serious trees. It limits what trees can be planted. And I think we need to look at making recommendations that change that design, which probably when it was instituted was done with really good intentions.
Other comments?
And then the one thing I would like to comment on is once you start getting those really big trees in, they start tearing up the sidewalk and making them bulge and stuff. And then also just making sure that that doesn't happen in terms of how you'd like to redesign the sidewalks in that manner.
That's exactly the point. What we're working with the Climate Action Commission because they have a number of proposals for carbon sequestration by increasing our tree canopy in the city. So what we're faced with is taking very large trees out that have considerably more carbon sequestration, and then a replacement with a box tree or a 5-gallon tree, and it's going to be, I don't know if it'll still be around when that tree gets to the point where, and this is true with the eucalyptus trees that we're going to talk about next, I think, at the Pétanque courts. Those are huge trees that are coming down, and at least most of them, I believe, and that's an offset to what we're trying to do on the climate front.
Is that on the agenda tonight? I don't see that. Is that on the agenda tonight? Last week. Actually, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is there any other?
I was curious because last we talked at the last meeting, there was discussion about, trimming the eucalyptus trees relative to cutting them, i.e. punting the cost down the road for what we ultimately have to do, if I'm saying that correctly. And I was just curious if anything has developed. It's not on the agenda tonight, so perhaps it'll be on a future agenda, and that's fine too.
It'll be in the report from staff as soon as we're done with this item.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So Dave's been sitting through this because he wanted to make a comment, right? About,
Mike says that we're gonna talk about it, so I'd like to hear what the report says, and if I
Okay.
may, because we don't know yet what the
Okay.
scheduling might be, if it can.
so did I skip over this, Mike? I thought we were,
No, as soon as we're done with pros members' reports and comments, we have the last section of the night before adjournment, which
Okay.
isn't followed by public comment,
okay,
which is staff comments and announcements.
okay.
My only other comment before we get to that is around shade for the existing parks, and playground specifically in Sonoma, which we discussed if that's in the report or not.
The other thing I'd like to see us consider going forward is, we had this in our March 8th meeting on the agenda, was whether we should create an ad hoc committee for the plaza and the depot park. I would add the bike path that goes through the depot park. But since, as was said, that's the plaza's really the face of this city when people come in. It's a key part. And I think that we need some division of labor on this commission. So I'd like to see us reconsider if we should have an ad hoc committee that would deal primarily with plaza, depot park, and bike path through the depot park on our agenda.
One question. Doesn't Depot Park, doesn't that have a bike path that goes by like the trains? Like it goes back?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, any other comments? Now back to staff.
Yeah, so just to give a couple of quick updates. Vice Chair Lennon, we do not have an update for you on shade structures. We'll bring that to the quarterly meeting. We do have an update on the ADA. I did some communications with Commissioner Marizaka, and basically we have approved the location of the ADA. AED. Sorry about that. Yeah, Vice Chair or Commissioner Marizaka and I conversed on that. We agreed the location that as proposed will suffice, and Public Works will be moving forward putting that unit in. I did get a rough quote for tree trimming for the eucalyptus at Depot Park. Those trees are going to be incorporated in the budget for 23-24 as a trimming job. Okay, the price for removal of those isn't something that we're proposing in the budget, but we are going to trim. We're going to top all of them. And then we'll start thinking about a long-term plan for removing those trees and replacing them with different trees. Bicycle parking at the plaza is something that we're contemplating bringing to pros next month. We have a bicycle parking plan that staff has put together, and we want to bring it to pros and get your comments on it. That'll include the locations of the bike parking. We'll have bike parking within the limits of the plaza, and also bike parking in the street adjacent to the plaza. Yeah, and that'll be on next month's meeting. Once again, budget sessions are currently scheduled for the 30th. We'll keep the entire commission abreast of when those meetings are going to be and where, and if the location changes, all of you are welcome to come. And then a plaza update, okay? Just so that you all know, we do have a plan to have a master plan for the plaza. That's been discussed. It's on council's radar, and that could be a future item coming down the road. We'll see how if it's a budgeted item in this year's budget. We are focused though on a plaza parking plan, which is in addition to the bicycle parking plan for the plaza. So the things on the plaza's radar right now, in terms of upgrades, are the bathrooms, as you all know. We've got the bicycle parking plan for the plaza, and we also have the parking plan for the plaza, which is going to include a look at ADA stalls, a look at drop-off zones, and a look at, there's a couple of other things, and we'll keep the commission aware of this as this moves forward. but that's currently undergoing. I just had a meeting yesterday with our consultant that's getting started up on that again. So there's a few moving projects on the plaza right now, and we'll keep you up to date on those as we move forward. So in response to your query about whether or not we should have an ad hoc, it's possible. And if the commission wanted to give any input on any of those current activities that are happening centered around the plaza, that could be something that you could be focused on right away. So that is it for staff's report, unless anybody has any questions.
When you say the parking plan, are you talking about the existing parking areas around City Hall that are being reconfigured for ADA and drop-off zones? Or you're not adding new parking, are you, in this plan?
What the plan, the master parking plan for the plaza is looking at Casa Grande and potential changes for happening at Casa Grande. Also looking at, we are going to have them look, but and this isn't just around City Hall. This is around the entire plaza on both sides of the street. Yeah.
And the bicycle parking, you're talking about on the street side where the retail is, as well as the plaza itself.
Yeah, currently this bicycle parking for the plaza has been conceived through the Visitors Bureau. Tim from the Visitors Bureau originally got it started, then staff and some council walked around and came up with some more input. I believe the chamber's been consulted, and what we're coming up with is inside the plaza, in kind of some indiscreet spots, again, where the grass isn't very healthy and it wouldn't be a loss of a lot of really nice turf. There's certain areas in the plaza that, because of the shade or foot traffic, inherently aren't going to have good grass, and they're apparent as you go walking around looking at them. These are some of the spots that we're keying in on, potentially in the planter strip, between the curb and the sidewalk, or just in from the sidewalk if the sidewalk's curb adjacent. And then in addition to the perimeter of the plaza, we're also looking at on, I believe, I can't remember if it's in the right of way, and it's in dead space in between parking spaces. So like where we have a trapezoidal area in between the last diagonal parking spot and the crosswalk.
Yeah.
Or on a driveway, and these areas are already marked out. There's a couple of strategic places that we could put that there to where we think people are it's gonna get a lot of exposure, and it's not taking away parking.
I think that's it. Any further? Dave, did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, we were told that we were going to get some type of scheduling about the eucalyptus work to see if it conflicted with something Petanque might be having. So what is the scheduling on this trimming, cutting back that you got scheduled? And also, I want to double check the Mason Ave building that's decrepit right behind our bocce courts. There's a small grove of about 20 trees, and I had Chris Pegg there. We walked over and identified that grove, which is city property also. There's one branch that an arborist who did other work on the Mason Ave property in the front that's really in good shape. We walked back there, and it's a branch that's over 1.5 tons, and it's leaning right over our shed and 2 of our courts. And I took a picture of us playing with that branch looking right at us. So that grove, Chris Pegg said, will be incorporated in the big ones that go from on the north side of the Petanque and bocce courts. So I want to make sure that all of that now is in the scope of their cutting back. I don't know if I'm supposed to address you or them, but I've talked.
You're supposed to address the commission.
Okay, but we've talked, and I want to make sure what I'm getting from Chris Pegg is what's going to be on paper. It's very important. And tonight, getting a little worked up, just because I feel we should get a little more respect with what we're asking. And to be put at the end of this meeting, I don't care. I'm learning stuff. I'm good with this. but I don't appreciate, given the short shrift, this important subject is given. Those trees could come down and kill someone. That's all we're asking. And it's been taking quite a lot of work to get attention to where we're now said, come to this meeting. And I've been all meeting, and all I hear is they're getting cut. Give us some dates. Give us what to expect. Okay? I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to Mike. Okay? And that's what, going forward, everything we ask for, it's a safety issue. Help us feel safe. Nothing else. Okay? Thank you all.
Thank you for your patience, Dave.
Not a problem.
Yeah, and Dave, why don't you just hang around for another minute? Seeing as how you've been here a long time, and we could, would the commission, does the commission have any questions for staff? And you don't have to, you could sit down, and if we,
My back stand is better right now.
sounds good. Does the commission have any questions for staff based on what we just heard?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, given that you mentioned that, is the tree trimming in the budget for next year, or you're saying the tree trimming, the trees coming down, or something was for next year?
Yeah, the
I just
tree
wanna
trimming
understand,
is in the budget for next year.
as in what you're proposing to city council on May 30th.
Yes, and not specifically, it's a line item in the budget. So they'll get a briefing on the bird's eye view stuff.
Right.
But this is part of our budget, it's in there. We did it based on a quote that, it wasn't a quote, but I did get an estimate on how much it would be to do the removal and to do the trimming. And the trimming is what we put in the budget next year. Now, just from a safety standpoint, okay, we got an arborist up there to look at these trees and to evaluate them from a safety standpoint, from a tree trimming standpoint. Not only did we emphasize that in their scope of work, but we also followed up with them, and the arborist, he buys off on our plan. I believe, John, you were part of that discussion, and he buys off on our plan. He thinks our plan is adequate. He thinks our plan addresses the issues up there. Yeah, and if we have to, if something's been overlooked in the scope has been growing. Other than the original scope that was proposed to me, the scope has been growing. That's okay. We're adaptable, and we can adapt to certain things. I believe we've gone up there. It was our goal to go up there and do some trimming of the trees about 4 weeks ago. And I believe that happened. I haven't confirmed with operations that it did, but that was the intent. And so we're not by any means, none of this is going on deaf ears.
I think the other thing, to your point, this was actually a follow-up to a much longer discussion about what to do with the trees. We'd asked them to go in and get some costs on cutting them versus removing them and replacing them. So it's not like they're giving short shrift to the issue. And also, public comment was open at the top of this meeting, so.
See, I came in for Lori, who couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And when I heard about the 7 trees that were,
Mhm.
I thought that was just individual homes. I didn't know that covered this. I would have spoke up right away.
Yeah, and Commissioner Mazzaracca, this could have been a little bit of miscommunication because John did communicate with me. I told him that it was going to be an item tonight, and it's in the staff report. I wanted to update you on it. We worked with the chair on dropping the staff report down a little bit. We're at 5 to 9. We're really close. So that's a good thing that we did that. So there could have been a little miscommunication here, which is, it's okay, you know.
To the comment about respect. To the comment about there being enough respect, I just wanted to make sure you knew, I don't know if you were here, but we did fully vet the issue in a prior meeting. So it's not like this is it, like that's not all the discussion
But
we've
I'm
had.
here to find out to bring, report back to our board and to talk what the schedule is of the trimming expected, and if it's gonna conflict with anything we're doing, but also this, everybody's on notice, these are dangerous trees that are not, haven't been addressed since 2016, and now, I saw the trimming that Mike's talking about. That was low-level stuff. That was cleanup stuff. That's not the dangerous ones we're worried about coming down and killing people. That's what I mean. So what's been done so far doesn't address what we're worried about.
If I want to say something, I think, like, I do agree, the long branches, on this eucalyptus and the roots are weak. I think they should be taken down, but,
Well,
I'm new to this position. I can't really
and
make
I
it.
appreciate you're from the heart.
Yeah.
It's all right.
No, I just tell it the way it is.
But what's done, what's the arborist, is the professional, nobody comes up with, we have to go with. That's fine. But what we see when the wind's blowing, there's some 100-foot, 80-plus foot trees with branches, and I mean it. I've hauled branches off in debris boxes. A ton and a half easy for the one that's looking at us. And I want to make sure all of those are identified, not just the ones that are on the north part between the bathrooms and the courts, behind the Mason Ave property, and even on that pathway that comes from the state parking lot between the Petanque and the Bocce courts, the one that's right at the corner of the beginning corner of the Petanque courts, apparently, a while back, one of the branches came down and just missed a lady and her kid. And that has some weird branches off of it. Now, is that in the scope? Hopefully.
Yeah, so, Mike, I don't know, just so we can all sleep at night and understand the scope at which this arborist, was it John who did it? Okay, for whatever the report was that John came up with, you say he buys off on your plan. I suppose we need maybe a little bit more detail so that we can feel comfortable that the plan, matches up with the needs assessment that, Bocce feels. And does that align with what John has recommended as far as branches coming down? And does the scope include I'm sorry, the name of the building is escaping me, but the Mason Ave building trees. Yeah.
It's a sad state of affairs.
Once again, we had a specific scope of work that we were supposed to go out and assess. That was done. Staff can go back and do additional reassessment.
Okay.
Yeah, and however, the plan that the arborist came up with, I cut trees for 3 years full-time, and I'm really familiar with eucalyptus, and basically, the plan that we have is solid. Once
Next year.
Yes, once we go in and trim those trees are no longer going to be a hazard to fall over. Now, in plus, we had zero damage in the winter that we just had from those big limbs falling from those trees. And that was a severe winter. So I think that the trees are okay. The trees are in the budget to get done. We're not going to sleep on this. We're going to get a tree trimmer out there. We're going to work with Bocce and Petanque to find out when low impact would be. But we are going to have to get in there on Monday through Friday, utilize our service road, and get this job done. And, we can't be trying to schedule around a lot of different things. We're going to have to set a time for when it best fits their schedule and get it done. And that's the goal that we have going into this next fiscal year.
Okay, fair. So can you, exactly, so the follow-up question would be, can you follow up to provide a time, dates, et cetera, or multiple dates when it could happen that works with Public Works schedule?
Yeah, that can be done.
Perfect. Everybody happy?
No, well, I got what I'm here for. Thank you all. You do very good work. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
I was going to say.
Yeah, and just prior to adjourning, I just want to congratulate everybody up there that we're doing a great job. You guys are just improving as a commission every minute that we spend on as a commission, and you did a great job tonight, and keep up the good work.
Well, I thank you, staff for sure, and I also thank my fellow sister commissioners for letting me navigate through this new role as chair. So, and I appreciate any suggestions going forward. I'm happy to make this work as efficiently as we can. So, thank you, and we'll meet the 13th of June, correct? Do we need a motion to adjourn then?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Yes, definitely. You make a third.
Small request.
Hey, John,
Are we adjourned?
I think we are.
Yes.
Oh, okay. We didn't have to vote.
I think it was, I think generally speaking, it was